Alright, we're back live. I have the lights dimmed a bit. I'm going to be working until we go and get our new kitty cat today. Apparently Twitter is on fire still. Alright, let's hope chat works, and we're going to dive into it. We're going to start off with working with the let's get our male character dude in as a default. Good morning, Rylan Newfie. I'm hoping the male character is going to be good enough for the time being. AKA, I kind of figured, you know. What other newfies do I know that are away? Well, actually, that's not true. I know many newfies that are away, but that would know about the project. Yeah, I still think the spine... It might need to be re-imported again, but I think it's good enough. Do you have the boys watching today? Yeah, I have someone redoing the backpack this week. So we'll have like space backpacks. That'll be cool. Yeah, I think the normals are still being weird on the skin trader. Lots of things that I need to fix. Hey, Lurking Dev, how's it going, James? How's it going? We're getting our new kitty today. Exciting. Hang on, let me go and bring up spoilers again. I'm pretty excited. Gotta clean up my desktop, man. Okay, we finished that asset. I had white stuff that was done. We gotta go out and get them. So that'll be the end of my stream, is when we gotta go. Isn't he cute? I need to make... I love this new app. I've been trying to play around with some more open source tools to replace Windows tools. But yeah, he's a... super floofball. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's pretty awesome. So I need to make this space scene, is our kind of our single player test environment, work today and get the Patreon stuff working. It's been a while since I kind of revisited this work in progress location. But they don't wander anymore because they need waypoints, so I need to actually create a bunch of waypoints. Maybe we'll do a circle, just get them kind of moving around this. So we need to get the navigation mesh baking all of this. Or we need to not do any of that. And in Blender, make a nav mesh. That would actually work for all this. Which is probably what would be more performant and easier to do. Is to create 3 levels of nav meshes for this thing. I don't even see this nav region. Where is it? Yeah, don't really think that's a thing. I don't see any of the data for it. I guess core has its own. Yeah, run it using nodes for organization. I'm kind of section them off a bit. There should be another one of those as well. Yeah, so this nav mesh is using a custom mesh instance that I created. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, we're gonna squirrel a little bit today. So is this the design? So this is the actual one that's being exported. I think this is being exported now by... Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a pain, but I think it's time to actually organize this stuff. Let's create a new blend file. And we're gonna save it. Under stations. Yeah, because where do we do ship materials? Did I do it under materials? Unforgiven space materials. Here's the one that I was working on. And I keep all of our materials in one spot. So maybe we'll put station materials in there as well. Why does blend file take so long? I don't think I have that many unique materials in here. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll kind of create. So this is going to be ship materials. Alright, so ship materials, station materials. Use 32. You know what? Let's yeah, let's just call this spear. And we'll use the same. We'll use the same mesh instance for everything. Beep. Oh wait, I use a different. Wait. Why is the materials? Can't use different mesh with different materials. Same mesh data. Or no? Yeah, I guess not. Yeah, so this is sphere mesh. Let me create a new. Yeah, okay, never mind. That does be unique. I was hoping to keep the poly count low on these spheres, but still have them be spheres, but whatever. Okay, so back in our Backstop core module. So I want to actually get this material for the station. I'm just going to rename exterior. It's one of the station exterior colors. We have different ones. Can I copy this whole thing? Maybe not. What I'll do is get this glass as well. Okay, so I'll just copy this into our materials. Just so I have station exterior. Then we'll reassign this to the station exterior. And then we'll take station exterior and we'll mark it as an asset. And now in the project, everywhere, sorry, snap this to the nearest. Alright, so for all the station materials, let's do plane. Minus 8. Alright, I'm gonna double this unit. One. One. This is what OCD looks like, chat. Having to put design into your prefab. Yeah, so we have ship material, station materials. We can get like kind of an idea, create like a limitation even. Alright, so we have station exterior. And then everywhere that uses this. I hate that we can't use like different meshes. Weird. Now, in materials, yeah, so are we not linking? Alright, link. Thank you. Anyway, by doing it this way, we can kind of confirm that we're only using the same material from the assets library, wherever we're going to be using it. So this cargo module color. Cargo module material. Metallic. Just throw material on the end, just so they're easier to find and filter. Yeah, why can't I? Oh, because I had to do the categories on the blend file. So in here, we have to actually set up our categories. I mean, I'm in the blend, so why can't I add the right user? So in the materials. Oh, okay, I can do catalogs. Okay, totally can. All right, so let's do new catalog, and this will be station. Let's just see. Yeah, because in current file, station materials. Oh, okay, cool. So now I can kind of go through. These are materials. No, but yeah, cool. So we'll get all of this categorized at some point. Blender, huh? How long have you worked with Blender overall? Just a couple of years. A year and a half ago to 2 years, I started working on my game for the first time. And then I've been working with Blender since. Before then, I did a lot of work in Wings, like a little bit of like hobbyist work in Wings 3D, which is more of a polygonal monitor, like a modeler, not, you know, no subdivision or anything like that, surface modeling. But so it's been like all of this has been me working on my game pretty much, and have kind of evolved over the last 2 years. Cargo module. So this is now an asset. There's 2 users, so we're good. Come back. Yeah, so we want to relink all these materials to just that one blend file, so that way everything's organized across the whole project, and we don't have any weird extra materials, and importing them will be a lot easier. So now we can kind of look through fine. Anything using the non-linked, or like little things like that. I'm gonna take some time today to organize, because otherwise we get all these crazy clones and duplicates and, you know, things from prototyping and playing around. Do you use Blender as well, Cridget? I got it. Did you also do the donut at first? No, not at all. I actually started working on my ship right away. I kind of immediately jumped in. Like, if I go back in time, let me not dox myself a bit here, but let me move this over here. If you are new to Blender, though, there's a tutorial. One of my favorite tutorials isn't the donut tutorial. It's one by a gentleman named Infrenzia. And it's amazing. It goes over, like, how to make every type of low poly ship imaginable. I just want to go back to when I started putting it together, so you can see how bad my modeling was back then. I'm gonna actually save this when I find it, because I keep... Because I had a bunch of stuff I was prototyping, and then my ship kind of... my computer died, I lost my hard drive. And I was like, I'll just remake it, you know? Maybe it's a pin. Yeah, so originally, I made this model in Wings. This is like Wings 2.2. This was originally, like, what I wanted to do was make something that kind of looked like the Caterpillar module, but it hauled cargo. So it had like 3 engines, and it would like hook onto cargo and pull up like a space train. That was the idea. And after a little while of messing around with it, it kind of went from that to no, it's not what I'm looking for. I had a bunch of these in an album of how things kind of looked, but now the ship looks like this. What's funny is all the interior and stuff like that, like the locations of things, is still, you know, accurate to where they were way back in the first version. But I started off just modeling a cockpit to sit down in, and just started, you know, kind of fleshing out the size of the ship around around that, right? Just around the needs of the game. And I just build things. I remember, like, when I was first doing this, like, I didn't have any, you know, idea of what I was gonna, you know, where I was gonna go with anything, and I don't know. It's gotten better. I've slowly become a better... That's the unfortunate part, is I've unfortunately become a better artist in the attempt of trying to get the game completed. Right? And it's stupid amount of work. Like, I'd rather just be developing and not working on art. But someone's got to create it, you know what I mean? Not going to create itself, so... Yeah, I don't know why. Patient exterior. But any excuse that we can use to kind of clean things up is never a bad thing. What's your take on AI generated assets? If the sources of the art are good, anything that accelerates your ability to make content from from an indie dev perspective can't be a bad thing. You know what I mean? Like if I can just go, hey, generate this thing, and it gives me the thing, then that's great, right? I can move forward, right? Because it's not all about art. Me as a studio lead, like me under the context of I need to make this entire space game, I don't really care about the art. Like I do care about the art, but I don't care about like what creates the art. You know what I mean? I want it, as long as it creates, as long as the output of the AI is exactly what I'm looking for, then that's perfect, right? Like, and you know, but if I was only an artist, I'd probably feel a little bit threatened. You know what I mean? But I'm not. I'm a programmer. I'm doing like programming and design and marketing and everything. Like I have to do it all. Right. So if AI writes half sensible quests, or if AI can generate a concept that's good enough to maybe put into Blender and kind of model, all those things accelerate your workflow, because at the end of the day, it's about creating the game, getting the game out there. And if AI allows you to make the game and get it out there quicker, then that can't be a bad thing. Right? AI is just a staff, and like, and if you can use it to like do more, because you're competing against massive industries. I'm competing against studios that have unlimited manpower and money, but those studios with manpower and money can't make the risks that I can make, right? As all I'm doing right now is burning sweat equity. I'm just burning sweat equity, so it's my risk, as per my own efforts, right? But because I don't have to pay anyone right now. I will, depending on how things go. So I will be doing some outsourcing. But yeah, like I think AI is great. So I'm like pro AI, but it depends, right? If you're just going to, if the source of the information is literally just crawling everybody else's work, then that is literally a problem, right? Because you're creating an iteration on stuff that maybe they didn't want, like so that's where the moral line becomes. Like if I was more established as a studio, what I would do is every piece of every model that we ever made as a studio, I would put them into my own AI. So I would be like, I would put every model into it, and I would describe what type of model it is. So I'd put in all the different body parts and all the different ship components. Like for example, if I put in 10 different coolers right into an AI, so we just list AI in particular, would just be geometry data, like geometry data, positions, vertices. And I want to be like, based on these, 10 different coolers, generate me some variation, right? Because like, a lot of times, the geometry is going to be very similar, right? Maybe we're talking like what would be a blend shape in the difference. I could create unlimited variations of that, right? I could take different bodies and have the AI warp them, you know what I mean? And kind of create different things just based on what I've already done, right? If I can take textures, right, that I've already created, like materials that I've already finished, and be like, hey, AI, take this image and warp it a bit, what's cool is it can do that for each layer of the material. So we can do the normals, simultaneously. And suddenly I'm creating all kinds of new shit. But I'm creating all kinds of new shit on top of everything I've already done. Right? I'm literally iterating. I'm internally iterating off internal studio data. It's the same thing with the code, right? Like if like as I get more established with game dev, I will be absolutely, taking all of my repos and projects and internally training them on stuff. Because, if I've already wrote an FPS controller, like most under the hood, a lot of game concepts and game methodologies are very much the same, right? Like the chances of, that FPS, like that third person character controller is probably going to be the same, right? Like the differences between what that third person character controller does in multiple products is probably not that great. A bit of the fun here is that the huge part of Apple's interest in USD file format has been focused on using it for machine readable screen descriptor format, or the exact use case you're describing. Yeah, right. Because like that's right. Like I think it's important, and I think like if I have these ideas, right, and I'm just average Joe guy, but I'm thinking about these things. Like if I had the resources, if my studio gets to X level or Y level, this is what I would do. Then there has to be studios already doing that. So there isn't an excuse. You know what I mean? There isn't even an excuse, right, for them to be able to churn out more things. But the issue is that their ability to churn out more things doesn't mean that those things are creative or have really good ideas, right? At the fundamental game design level, like the pen and paper desk, like coming up, the game idea, that still needs to be ultimately solid. But there shouldn't be any reason anymore for a large corporation to be able to build that idea into a market, into a product, right? It'll be cheaper with artificial intelligence to go from product, like from concept, concrete idea to something deployed and brought to market. But I don't know if they, if they're going to do that, because I think, just think of what you could do. You could fail faster, so much faster than anyone else. You know what I mean? If you can bring a concept to market quicker, right, using AI, and it doesn't take, well, you've been able to bring you've been able to fail 4 times, right, because of AI, then you could have failed 1 time in the same amount of time. So ultimately, you're going to eventually bring something to market that's going to catch on, right? That's going to be like, oh, this is actually fun. This concept works, and because these are the things that, as game developers, we need to worry about. Like there's a million games, right? There's about 30 something games a day. Who knows, right? Like, and you can't look at it like there's some, like, I can't say Unforgiven Space is some like hail Jesus product, crazy, it's going to do well. Everything we do, no matter how passionate we are towards it, has the market that it needs to hit, right? Which is probably going to be a 20% success rate, no matter what we think of, right? Shit can go wrong. You can, the Newfie saying of when to launch your boat, you know what I mean? I mean, that goes. You could launch the game totally ignorant of another game launching at the same time frame. It has a whole bunch of media exposure, and the bell curve of public interest is already over as far as like whatever agency you're using to promote the game, their ability to put it forward. So like Steam is just not going to be promoting your game that week simply because it's promoting the greater release. So suddenly Steam, which is like going to cost you 30% of your revenue anyway, its whole point is to be this marketing system for you, is now working against you, and it's just because you picked the date wrong. So you can literally put like 4,000 hours of development into something, and just launch it on the wrong day. So I think AI would, like, the whole point. My point of the analogy is that AI can just help you fail faster with concepts, and then that ultimately will just mean when things become more profitable, it'll work. So a lot of ways to use machine learning without stepping on the toes of creatives. Yeah, lots of yeah, exactly. Right, folks using it to churn out like 3,000 bits of generic art for yet another Slay the Spire knockoff. Yeah, exactly. We've already seen what he could do. Like, look at the NFT era. The idea of taking, you get an artist, you pay them to do 20 NFTs, right? So they're doing like a sprite sheet of unique NFTs, and now you take that, you run it through a model, and now all of a sudden you have 1,200 NFT, 1,200 of them, right? Like there's enough style variation that it can now use that style variation to create anything. right? And you can do that, and because it's all unique to that one artist. The input is one source. Um, there's a kind of a blurred line of like who created it. But okay, not Pitts World. Yeah, so I'm gonna zone out and keep swapping at materials, and you guys feel free to keep chatting away. Yeah, because I think I have two of these. I still have my original design, which is this one. So this is like the design with everything still in place, I hope. Yeah, it is. Okay, good. It sounds like you've thought it through, though. I'm thinking about experimenting with Meshi. I'm not sure of the results yet. I've done a lot of neural network stuff, like a lot. Like I run, I have, like ever since my Bitcoin mining crashed and I literally was stuck with all these video cards, I've had nothing to do with them. So like for a while I had around 14, oh god, how many video cards did we own? I don't know. We had a secondary apartment, myself and my brother-in-law, that just existed, so we could take the two, 240-volt receptacles and like build this, crypto mining system. And one of the things that I started working on after was a lot of stable diffusion, and then from stable diffusion, there's one that I'm working with now, which is Face. Let me find it. Face Fusion is the one that I've been playing around with over the last few weeks. So Face Fusion just launched their newest version, which is 3.0, and Face Fusion's crazy. Like, so I gave it like any random face. You can feed it a full video. It'll go through and literally do a perfect face swap. Pretty much frame by frame all the way through. You can batch it. I'm using the tensor version for in this case I'm running it on 3060 Ti's, and like this stuff's been crazy. Like you can literally use AI to generate a video. So you could use AI, generate some type of sci-fi video, or you could feed it a bunch of you could go to like Midjourney or Stable Diffusion, Leonardo AI, whatever you want to use to grab an image. Hi Revere, how much did you make with your in-law? Is the energy and rent, was that a problem? I think at the time, because we don't do it anymore, the net gain back then from, because it was mostly my brother-in-law and whatever, I think it was like 540 USD a month outside of power. So power taken care of. I think that was like net 540 USD. But I'm not. It kind of depended, right? Because back, there were periods of time where like just Ethereum by itself was better, but we were also using stuff like we were using like a bit of nice hash, a little bit of like kind of like a little bit of everything. And for heat, we just had like massive industrial fan running downstairs that was strong enough that if you left the door opened, it would literally like bang, kind of seal. But there was, he himself had accumulated, video cards slowly over time. Like he kept every RX 580, like 4 gig model back before like the halving. Like he didn't get rid of anything. So he like even when the first crash happened, like 2017 to 18, he just never stopped. He just kept mining as a hobby, and then kept taking profits and turning them into more video cards and more video cards. Even during like the crazy RTX 3090s being like $2,000 to $3,000, and just kept scaling. But he just scaled and scaled and scaled and never stopped. Because it was one of those things, right? It was more investment than anything, It's just sounds cool. So what if I had a burn and surplus energy from the stream? Would you put mining up there? Not anymore. There's nothing really like I don't know a lot of the coins anymore, and a lot of the shit coins or whatever you want to call them, like as coins kind of half and they're more complicated and they require more to mine. We're at a stage now where you really need custom async hardware, and the issue is the wait list for a lot of the custom async hardware is kind of set up in a way that by the time you get a custom ASIC to be able to mine it now, like for like Ethereum as an example. But either way, like Ethereum has changed, right? It's now it's not proof of stake anymore. Ethereum itself is now based on like kind of like total ownership. So you don't you can mine certain things, but I wouldn't know. I'm not an expert anymore. Yeah, a barn and a stream. That's a setup for blacksmithing with an auto hammer. Yeah, I missed the whole thing. We jumped on it right away. It was so funny, right? Because I'm not like, I didn't have a lot of resources. I wasn't, like at the time, and I only had an RX 580 that I was streaming Star Citizen on back then. Like I was Star Citizen streamer, and that's all I had. That was my video card, and I managed to find on local marketplace an RX 2060 for I think it was like $400, and so I switched from my RX 580 to a 2060, and then when NiceHash started, when the whole crypto phase started, I started mining 24/7 on my 2060, and I was making like 30 cents a day, or no, I think it actually was like $3 a day. I was making enough per day off of the video card that I was like, if I just go to Dell and buy an XPS that has a 3070, like it's only like I could lease, I could just pretty much finance the Dell system with the money that the Dell system would make. And there was no video cards available, so over that year I ended up buying 4 Dell desktops that had 3070s in them. And then I just ran them, and I just had them slowly pay themselves off, and because otherwise I just wouldn't be able to afford it. And then I kind of scaled from there. That was kind of but like we were lucky, it was just kind of like I had people that were like mining, and they shared that information with me, and I was able to kind of jump on it. I used to mine in 2017 and 18. I had 30 1080 Ti's heating up my garage and house for 2 years. The house was so hot, I had to keep the windows open in the house all year round. In the end, it was probably cheaper to buy the coins directly than mining them, but still good profit. Yeah, that's what it turned out too. Like we did the math, and if we just bought Ethereum for the valuation of the video cards, obviously it would have needed to have the money, right, to go into it. But had we had just purchased the coins at the valuation of the video cards, if we had the money, then we would have made more money off of it. Lots of old water-powered belt-driven auto hammers back in the day. Makes it a lot easier to do solo work, where you'd otherwise need a 2-person team. That's cool. And what is this particular material? I think it's station exterior, but it should be, it's supposed to be station floor. Yeah, there was also like maintenance overhead, time, energy not worth it. Stuff would fail, get too hot. The wires started to dry up and crack, and had to make custom PSU setups, full-time gig. Yeah, that's what we noticed too. Like we went and bought like a whole bunch of pads, and you know, and even like some of the 3090s. I know the gigabyte ones were like really finicky, and you know, it was like a continuous like, you know, like monitoring it. Still super cool. Yeah, so this floor. I'm gonna just use station floor for this. What is that bull from? Or lower model, right? I'm missing stairs. So those are there. Oh no, it's fine. Okay, let's I can believe that Zengris, pretty cool occupation. What is it this morning during the winter? Oh yeah, so in the morning during the winter, so like open the garage door and the fans would like slowly turn down. I had a feeling of relief to it. Yeah, mining is cool. It was such a cool thing. You know, the idea of just processing transactions and kind of, I don't know. So it's cool. Cryptocurrency in general is awesome. So I want this with this. There's a method to my madness here, chat, but I'm just, while I'm in here, I like to kind of spend some time cleaning up because I won't otherwise. But anyway, I'm here to on a purpose of creating a custom plane. One custom plane. With no material on it. There we go. Well, I have an idea of utilizing unused power in other ways than heat generation. Seems like selling to the grid has many benefits, as many hidden costs and taxes. Oh, okay, where you live. Gotcha. A friend of mine sells power to the grid where they live, and it works out well for them. Hmm. Let's do one more. At -16. Or at -6. Okay. Hi.
It's time.
Oh, it's time?
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Just give me 1 second and we'll get ready out. Okay. It's kitty time, I'm told. So it's time to get the desk off it open. Time to go and pick up the kitty cat. Should put him in the corner. Okay, cool. So anyway, chat, what I'm doing, or what I'm going to do, is make a very, very high-performant nav mesh for all edge cases of the... like, I'm still going to be doing nav mesh joining, so... But what I want to do, because like the form of the station isn't going to change, I'm going to do the stairwells up, and so like this nav mesh will be these two stairs, and then all of the surface up here. I'm going to create a second nav mesh for just this floor with the mesh coming up around. So we'll have two physical planes. Each of the shops will have their own nav mesh inside it. So I will just, I'm going to write a little bit of code. Gonna roll, get some lunch. Same, I'll be down here in a second. So when it all works, when the module comes alive, we'll have this main super low poly nav mesh with each active shop attaching its internal nav mesh to the main mesh. And then NPCs will be able to roam around effectively, because right now NPCs won't, because I turned off their wander algorithm, so they must have a waypoint now. So, but what I want to do is have, I'll set up the waypoints in the game, you know, for different points of interest, and then they should be running around doing what they need to do. Safe drive out, watch for the Meese. I think it's still here in the city, Dryland. So anyway, I'll end the stream. We're gonna go pick up the new kitty, and when we get them organized, I'll come back live again, and we'll get this finished. Because my goal of the day, even though I'm kind of squirreled here, is to get the Patreon habitation modules working. They work in the test scene, but I want people who are paying me $10 to be able to have their little place in the universe that they can actually customize. So now that I have the male and female characters working, they should be able to go to Joe's Furniture over here and buy a bunch of furniture. You know, have some actual credits, you know, that they can kind of work with. And down here, which looks terrible, but I'll work on that. You know, it doesn't need to be, you know, it just needs to work right now. But I should be able to come down here, go up to the terminal, and if I'm logged in, I can spawn in my own habitation module. So that habitation module will spawn in right here. Right now they're kind of blank because I just have I have placeholder meshes for when they're not active. So ideally, that'll be the goal for today when I get back, is to get this actually working in a way that I know we can, actually, people can try it out in the real build, so they can go buy furniture and do what I've demonstrated in the test project. But I want to change. I want to change the character controller to look at the contact monitors. I want to kind of raycast, what I'm on, because right now, like, the stairs right now is 45 degrees, so the rigid body controller is acting naturally when going up it, but in reality, when I'm on stairs, I'm kind of hitting spacebar a little bit to kind of give it a little bit less friction. But I want to dynamically change the way we approach stairs and things. But that's the goal of the day, just kind of go through and clean up, get this working, right? Because it won't take me very long You know, now that we have the characters, they get the NPCs using their own bodies, and to put the pool code in. Like, I really want to get the pool game working. So having some multiplayer pool would be kind of cool. And all of it is already done. It just needs to be put together. Anyway, so I'll end it here on all social media. So I'll just end it. I won't raid someone because we have to run. And I will be back later. You guys are not on stairs or something. I'd like punt directly into Houdini. I actually, in Blender, all of my stairs are procedural. I have an offset and they're dynamically set up with arrays. And kind of like I can adjust them, like, you know, rise over run, like what ratio I want them to be. And yeah, it's totally a Houdini thing. If you were like, I can't afford Houdini, so we have geometry nodes. All right, see you guys. Oh, okay. What did I do? Jeremy is immediately like, um, what? Oh my god. Oh, album 3, and you're like just sitting there looking at the door. What? They're right there sitting there, giving me the day. Yeah, but beautiful. They're like, what's in here? You don't look too happy. You don't look too happy at all. Really kind of. literally. But she was there, and Autumn was literally on the very edge, perched there. Gonna be the next thing. They're all like, hi. And I just looked at them, they're just like.
So that's since back and forth.
Because they're very much like what is on the go.
Yeah, like that. Anyway,
Like Cerie's just walking around on edge.
Oh yeah, because she's been through it before. She's been through it with Merlin. She went through it with Autumn. She went through it with Fez.
I don't know what's on the go.
I'm gonna look in here first. Here we go.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, I thought we got them in. Because I know they were selling somewhere, but they were in there.
Yeah.
That'll make it easy.
Yeah, because it's everyone here.
I go back live.
Yes, no, you can do.
Do we need to chaperone the cats or anything? We're kind of raw going back live. I'm just gonna kind of start it up. Alive, I've been streaming the mighty chair. Oh, did I actually leave the chair on for a bit? Oh, we are still live. When you end streaming, the sub scenes actually don't stop. That's amazing. Okay, fine. I'm glad I just kind of hit the live button then. Yeah, because YouTube's still going, chat system's still going. Okay, I know, so I don't think. Talks like the mighty chair. It's funny. Alright, well that's fine. So hopefully I am still alive in this case. Yes, we need to fix let me go back to my Twitch chat. You are still alive. As polished as ever. Excellent. Good. How's it going, Steve? We're redoing today. We're making the nav mesh system for the player characters. Like, we're gonna start redoing the truck stop with the correct materials. I finally got the male and female in. So we have stealth. All the stealth stuff is working. We can run. I have controller support. The IK system is now working, and you know, like some of the stuff for the IK needs to be readjusted. Obviously, not used to seeing you streaming here. I multi-stream to both, right? I thought in my so I use a plugin for multi-streaming, but I thought that when I ended my primary stream, it kills it to everywhere else, but it doesn't. And now that makes sense, because one of the issues that I keep having to complain about is that I got to go and recreate a new stream each time. Like, it doesn't like officially, it ends the original streams, but so now I know next time, instead of just ending the stream and closing OBS, to gracefully stop each of the sources. So anyway, that's a learned exercise. Yeah, so we gotta figure out what's up with the body. So that's what we're working on. So what I want to do is get the nav mesh for the station baked out, and we'll start thinking about the assets and things that we're going to be using for the truck stop, because I want to get the suit locker working, and because a lot of these colliders are kind of broke. Gravity volumes are not working. A lot of things I have left now in a weird state as I'm redoing everything. Yeah, so collision layers on the station have all need to be redone. The one I played without the title, yeah. It was the same project, only now it's much further along in many ways. I have all the planet tech and all this stuff. Same project. The reason why things look a bit differently is when I ported everything over from Unity to Godot, a lot of materials and stuff need to be like remade. But in this particular project, Steve, a lot of the core systems are much further along, so there's a lot more. There's a lot more stuff working, like a ton more stuff working systemically. Yeah, so if we go through the materials now and we set the viewport display, make sure all these back-face coloring is actually enabled. The camera. If you go quiet, it's because I'm doing assignments. Yeah, no worries. I find that YouTube has been better. I find I'm getting more random people find the stream on YouTube than Twitch, because on Twitch we're in the game development category, but on YouTube they can find me kind of based upon the tags and whatnot. I don't know why, but it seems like every day we get a new person on YouTube, kind of like jump in and join the Discord and kind of be a part of the community. So it's cool. I'd like to, if I have time, make a bot, like a cross-platform bot, that can kind of, regardless of what platform you're on, kind of keep track of user activity and try to find a way to benefit people regardless of what platform they're on. Maybe I'll tie it in, like I own the domain revere.com, so maybe I could tie it into my my services or something in some way.
Yes, you do. Huh? Was I just doing? Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so that's a little bit more. Minus 23.5. 22.5.
Well,
Hey, Omni. Yeah, these are supposed to be aligned perfectly to 26. Okay, they are.
I got a little bit of work to do, so
okay. Oh, you just. Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, I saw him taking up the video.
Yeah, but,
Minus 15.
how many, I have to think.
Yeah.
I think. Don't see any, probably have to take the heater off.
Yeah, I haven't done that yet because I didn't have the electrical screws, and also I hadn't talked about it.
Yeah, or is it take off the front cover,
Oh yeah, I've done that.
and that really do that
Yeah.
behind, there's a couple of those, they just fall
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
But they just.
Because like I went to grab the heater,
I
like,
saw that, yeah.
and I was like, no, it's just. And it's
So it's gotten wet by the look of it.
Mm.
I didn't see any black.
Alright, so this will be the upper movement. And because we're not adding any materials in our viewport display, we're going to make this even higher. We have shadow. And only as wires. No elevators, future sucks. There are going to be elevators on this, but this station in particular is designed to be a test station. So it's kind of unique in the sense that we're kind of making it from the very get-go kind of work.
yeah.
Water getting that.
Minus
Yeah.
1.
Probably have to take out wall.
The same thing around where the there's absolutely nothing holding on. All of that holding from the wall. It's just this. It looked like we were able to just show no resistance.
It's always showed up with upper top. Very stuff.
Yeah.
Alright, so clicking on cathode.
I don't think I ever.
There is a ladder down.
Oh, that's so.
Yeah, I got one.
No. This is one that big sold the most.
Yeah, because the last time I had that one was probably. I used to own one of them. I didn't know it was way back in the I've had it for years, and then being Victoria used it, and then
No, I had it. I don't know what to
Okay.
do. Just trying to, you know, they get, oh, no, maybe not a thing or two.
Yeah.
That's what I was doing. Just trying to track it down.
Yeah, that's, yeah. I know where I am.
Vanish. 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 You know, maybe we could actually create a new material called nav mesh. And we'll actually give it the nav mesh color, but we'll give it an alpha. We'll do like 0.25 on alpha, and then we'll display it not as wire, we'll do it as textured. We'll use the alpha texture. Now, this might look terrible here in Eevee. We could use tune. Oh, I know. We'll use a transparent. I find one that'll look not so bad. With the ray tracing. We'll use blended mode. Yeah, so we'll just blend. Yeah, so just so we can kind of see it. Oh my god, I'm using the wrong mesh. Are you bringing the kitty?
Yeah, I'm bringing him
okay.
downstairs to go pee.
Hi. This is our new kitty. And we have him. He's like, I don't know why I'm up.
He's purring on me.
I know. Ugh. Let me undo that. Undo these things. That's not what I want to be deleted. I want to work on this. Why am I like not getting the color? Oh, I'm only getting it through the transparency. Fine. We'll just make it regular. Yeah, just so it's easier to see. Now, are these the same? I don't think they are. Oop. Okay, so that's everywhere we need NPCs to go. All right, let's try exporting just this out. Actually, I'm going to take this. And move it into a nav mesh collection. Where these should all be in here. And we'll call this truck stop for nav mesh. And now let's see if we can optimize it a little bit. So less is more. So let's take this one, put it here. This one can go here. We can go here.
Matt,
This one second. What's that?
he already knows the sound of the door.
What?
He already knows the sound of the door. It's open the door and he was like in
Oh.
the tub and he was like bolt.
Alright, we'll do this. Resolve this one. Alright, let's go give this a go, because we gotta move on. Because it's only going to be mesh, we'll use a GLB for this. We'll do models, stations, truck stop 01. So truck stop, what do I have two? May, June, July, August, and we'll do nav mesh. Truck stop, for nav mesh. This will be truck stop 4, nav mesh. And we're gonna do our GLB preset, but only the selected collection. And now here inside for module, we'll look for that nav mesh. So there's our nav mesh. And in this case, we don't really want material, so we don't care about. We're not saving this to file. But yeah, the mesh itself. Puts me under assets. Ba-dum. Do I have? No, we have assets models. No, okay, we'll create one just for meshes. This will be step 4. Nav mesh. Heavy Bob, alright, Rob, it's time to make this game free to play. It's time to finish it. How you monetize? All players who join only get a bulb character, and then you must pay money. Yeah, pretty much. You know, here's luxury, Bob. Yeah, so we'll re-import this. And then on the core module, we'll go to our navigation region. We'll quick load. So we should new navigation mesh, quick load. I wonder if we make one. We might have to actually bring in the mesh, and then I almost spit out your coffee. Oh, I have to get my coffee. Polygons. No, it needs to be baked. Fine. We'll actually re-import it. Oh, hang on a second. What's up with that? Apparently, what's that? Apparently there's a Godot issue. What's up with that? I don't know. The community manager made a bunch of potentially political statement. So for a collider, nothing. Re-import. Thank you for the follow. You be that? Oh. Hey, I'm Emma. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, did you see the Asmongold video on it? You should watch the Asmongold video on it. That's all I'll say. I'm the lizard guy! I remember. Yeah, check it out. Although he frames it a bit worse than like the intention of it, because a lot of that stuff depends on intention. But I do believe there's some, you know, there's some valid points in there. You know, I'll at least say that. Yeah, so let's bring in our navmesh. And throw it under our region. Oh shit, it actually comes in as a navigation region? Wait, okay, so if that comes in as a navigation mesh, can we just save it? I can't save because it's not, okay, well, fine. And we, in our navigation region, and we just copy it into our region, and then delete the oh yeah, that's perfect. Excellent. Yeah, just make sure we don't ever actually bake it over. It's funny, I saw some pics of community managers at SIG holding up a flag for an org. It has historical ties, but not so great stuff. Oh, I'm not surprised. Okay, so now we have our nav region for the core module. So let's just turn off the visibility of this. Or in our case, we'll just turn off our... Dude, is this a space game? This is absolutely a space game. Do. Yeah, this is totally a space game. As long as the nav mesh is now reestablished. I think gents lose sight of what's important when they make those statements from a business, because they use susceptible to gents using morality to cancel people. Yeah, I think anything really should be business oriented on a business Twitter. It shouldn't like matter what is said. It shouldn't need any particular filtration. It shouldn't really need to be, you know. You need to get it out there. Oh yeah, I know. You, right now, Bob, you know how to play it. Join the Patreon. But even then, that's only for test builds. Yeah, I want to get the pool in the game for my pool project. Thanks for the follow. As a dispatcher, welcome dispatcher. So let's go and add. Oh, where? So in our manager, we need. I linked the stream in the GN Discord. Hey, 07. If we could get the Greater Griefer fleet involved to come play this thing. Yeah, I hope when it's done, man, like it actually has good PvP. I mean, I really try to. My goal is for it to be more like a Sea of Thieves, you know, in space, and to kind of make the reputation work in the sense that balances things with, you know, a specific skill ceiling. Yeah, space pirates cargo with space whales. Yeah, so we need to set up just in the core area. Yeah, I need to make a tool for the waypoints. Let me grab test waypoints for the time being. And make them local. The only thing is the stupid nav mesh is can we turn off, now that we have the nav mesh working, can I just turn off the nav mesh right now? Frame information. Advanced. What's that? I like the look of it already. That's a cool hanger. Just adopt the hands-off approach to the Eve. That's what I mean. If you design the game where you know, the limitations are in the game, you know, then I mean, you don't need to do any of this extra work then. Right? If you want to be a space asshole and go down the pirate path and put in the work of not getting caught and, you know, not getting scanned, being able to do smuggling effectively, then, you know, the rewards are yours. Yeah, I guess for now I'm just going to turn off the navigation region until we're done. Alright, so let's take these waypoints. So I want to see if the nav mesh is actually. Have you thought about putting voice actors in NPCs? Yeah, that's going to be a plan later on. For now, I'm just going to do some basic stuff like basic, hey, how's it going? Kind of, gutterances. Like Sicilian's pizza. Minus 28. What better Seg? Seg better voice the Sicilian's pizza guy. Just saying. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. Seg did some mean things last year. I still haven't forgiven him. What did he do? Yeah, pineapple pizza. That'd be probably a bad one. Was it one of our boys found him on the server and flew in and out of an armor system to avoid being killed? I mean, so I rammed a 890 into him. Wouldn't that be like a mechanical advantage though? Flying into an armor system to avoid being killed? Why is I'm using that phone for a terminal? Oh, right. We haven't actually added our waypoints. Well, he was trading, and it was an outpost. All right, so let's just get these guys walking around. Oh yeah, right. We need to offset the nav mesh by half a meter. Have you taught much about the mech suit thing? Kind of seems pointless. The cargo loaders. The Star Citizen mech suit. I mean, they make sense. I mean, a human body with a tractor beam is not going to be able to lift these huge, giant cargo containers on their own. I mean, it does make some sense, but the whole stuff behind them, like selling it and not bringing it in game and all that kind of stuff, is absolutely silly. Oh, why do I have the terminals here? I also need to adjust their nav mesh walk on stairs. It's hilarious. Perfectly normal for NPCs, you know? Okay, that makes sense. So what's actually moved a free feature to be a paid one? So what's the Canadian Butter Authority say about this game, Giant? Q3 next year? For what? Star Citizen releasing? Game grant? So what? Oh, still don't know. I'm not sure what the next submission date's going to be. It was during the summer, but absolutely not ready. So it'll be probably summer next year. I'm sure by that time they'll have a Kickstarter campaign going anyway. So I don't know yet. I'll see. I'm still going to try to get it. While it's being developed, they pay for 50% of your employees' prices. Wages up to a specific price point per sprint. So let's say you went free to play model. Would you do it? I don't know. That would require a lot more market analysis, than I'm willing to do right now. But it all depends. When I get more further along, then I'll kind of look at a lot of that stuff and see kind of what works. Uh, okay, nav mesh works. Bar needs a Frogger style Space Truckers arcade game that's playable. What would you say should be in it? Like what would we be crossing? Would it just be asteroids moving sideways? We had to kind of avoid the asteroids. What does Frogger even look like? You know? I think Frogger would work with a spaceship with asteroids. Frogger Atari 7800 videos. It was just obstacles, right? We had to get across. One, two, three, four. Oh, but there's lily pads. Asteroids, pirates, black holes. We could have little landing stops that you can land on. You know what I mean? To kind of gain fuel. I love the idea of a mini Frogger game. It would be like super easy to slap together as well. We could call it just Space Hopper or something. Just an idea. I think it's a good idea. It would be really easy to make. I'm adding it to the ClickUp. Might be fun. Donner kind of, yeah. Hey, so they're brain. Oh, DEBRIS. And then we'll just do. Because I think we have an arcade cabinet anyway. We'll use a bit of TLC. Yeah, I think we can work with that. That'd be cool. Have to get like a spaceport on the other side. Oh yeah. How's it going? Yeah, you up? Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, I think that'd be cool, like a side, like a mini project. Obviously, I'll get rid of the tickets and whatever, and we'll kind of like rip it apart. But I think Space Hopper would be hilarious. It'd be fun. Just make a bunch of mini games to play in the game. It'd be a good weekend project as well. It'd be fun. I think we're gonna do that. I might redo this cabinet. That would make a more not so grimy version. I don't know. I think the metallic on this ended up getting mapped weirdly. The normals and everything seem fine. I don't know why it ended up being so grungy, because I don't think the material for that is actually that grungy. I think the channels. Right, because the fuse for that is not that bad. Right, it was meant to be old, but not like super old. You know what I might do? We might create like a grayscale version. Yeah, this one looks like it's been around for a while. I might create a generic grayscale mask that we can use, and we'll just mix it in with the actual, textures that we decide to use for the panel. So kind of like weather it in. Then we can kind of adjust how blended the weathering is. Right, I want to do more of a CRT-ish. This screen's kind of dumb. You win. You could have like the arcade cabinet as something you find in a side quest or an abandoned station or something like that. The issue with that is that it's a high cost per engagement. So like, if you make an entire actually working mini game that you can only play scarcely, then, you could totally do it. But it's a high amount, it's a couple of weeks of work, I guess, or a week of work. That may very well only be seen by a very small portion of the user base. But I mean, it's those little things, right, that really do make things kind of fun. I think we'll bring this guy back into Blender and redo the wood, make it something more Namco-ish from the late 70s, early 80s. That's a great idea, actually. Fantastic idea, Fennec. Because that's one of the things the NPCs do. It's part of their loop, part of their process, is them being bored. And then, those are the nodes they go to, right? They go to the arcade and they, right? And it's something in the actual space scene. Right, so here we have, right, our little starcade. And obviously there's nothing in here right now except for just, these cabinets. I never had a chance to kind of flesh it out. Right, so I could actually, like, gives me an excuse to kind of go in and add all the neon lights and drop down lamps and kind of like, kind of light things up and make it more of how's the main game come along? Pretty good, Ewok. I had a load of issues this week. What I've been trying to do in Godot is make it so the body can rebuild itself. There's I'm kind of still on a rocky roadblock. I kind of hit a skill roadblock in my game, and I'm doing a couple online courses. That's awesome. So the issue that I'm having with Unforgiven Space right now, which I've kind of gotten over now, but and there's definitely ways around it. I could just literally create the male and female prefabs totally separate as completely different game objects and add them both to the multiplayer spawner. But I really wanted to make it so the player can rebuild itself to any model. So here's kind of what I've done with this, and I'll explain why it kind of doesn't work right now to a certain degree. So our network player, right, has our equipment and all the equipment slots, right? So these are like the mounts where things spawn in. And it's all defined on our model. So when you import the mannequin, into Blender, just lurking. How's it going, David? Right, we need to have an IK system, and the IK system, or the IK nodes, obviously they're probably going to change in the future. If the IK nodes had an external skeleton reference, they would be a million times easier to work with, but they don't. So now they're kind of inside my base rig, right? And these IK nodes get targets for, what they're kind of reaching towards and how they're working. And then we have bone attachments, and the bone attachments create the points at which we can mount two-handed weapons, one-handed weapons, one-handed tools. And the hierarchy of all of this, and the pivot, which is the bone, is kind of what I'm pivoting against when I'm using the IK system. It's a bit winded, but the idea is in the character, right, you must define, the animation tree and the animation player. Because, this, for example's sake, female, we'll do, let me just put in male here. So in the test, I have a female version. Everything's all set up. I have the male version. Everything's all set up. Obviously, the only thing different about these right now is the material. But they could very well have different stancing and different placing, different, kind of form, right? They have a different animation tree that has a different set of animations. One uses female animations, one uses male, but the tree is obviously still the same. So what I want to do is on the player itself, not care about the model, right? I want to be able to swap out the model in runtime. I want to be able to load in a generic network player, which doesn't care, which model it's using, and then swap out, the model. And but the way the networking library works in Godot is you must have the full path to all of the things you're synchronizing within. So from the parent into base character model IK, character model itself must exist by its own naming convention, which is kind of annoying. And what's happening when I go to queue free an existing model, and I go to spawn in a new model, it takes on, like, it's not quite queued free yet. So it'll spawn in as, let's say, character model 2, which obviously puts the multiplayer synchronizer out of sync. And I can work around that by, there's a few ways. In the character model itself, I can add a synchronizer here and set up all of my model properties, so only the model properties are syncing. And that would work, so it won't matter necessarily what the model is named as when it gets entered into the tree. But it still has to be synchronized, and still has to be the same naming convention on all clients when it spawns in, so that it can synchronize correctly. But anyway, I was running into tons of issues with the way that it's implemented. And right, because there's a few things, like I want to, when we swap out the model, I want to swap out all the mounts, because obviously the model might have different mount positions. So I want to rebuild the equipment and rebuild the IK targets when we swap out the model. And right now, it's not quite working. I can't do a full rebuild of the player. Because ideally what I would like to do is just load the player in as a generic, picking either male or female. It doesn't really matter. They could, it doesn't really matter what they are initially. And depending on their player configuration, like their data itself, their model will be rebuilt for that data. So I can preload, both on the client without loading them in, and have that configuration. And then when another player, when it gets close enough to me, where the network log says, "Oh, this player exists. Here's their configuration," on the client, I rebuild that, that player. And then all their configuration exists, so their hairstyles, everything is all, so they're capable of rebuilding themselves. And but if I go to despawn, and obviously when you pick a race per se, you're probably not going to be changing out the model, unless you were like going back to a main menu or something like crazy like that. But the idea, the concept of having the model rebuild itself is still technology that I need to figure out, and I still need to be able to do. So it's kind of, anyway, stuff I'm working on. That wasn't quite working yesterday. I ended up figuring out a way to do it that works, and I just need to fix the equipment system. Because what I did yesterday, or the day before yesterday, is I changed it so there's no equipment by default anymore. Because that was one of the things that like how I had it set up before, was just, it was everything that the player has. So right now when I spawn in, I become the male, and all of these equipment items, so the rifle, even my my pad is a real item that's actually loaded in and spawned into the player inventory system. So because what I'm hoping to be able to do is finish the character creator. That was my goal. My current goal right now is to get the character creator fully working. But I want to be able to take out my weapon and drop it on the ground, like place it, and have somebody else go up and interact with it, and then, pick it up, spawn it into themselves, So I want to be able to do that handoff, you know, from one inventory into the physical world, into the other character, and into the other character's inventory, and you know, have it all synchronized. Um, and I was hoping I could get that done pretty quickly, but yeah, you know, like everything, there's always little bugs and things like that. And I still have an issue that when I spawn these in, their colliders are active on the weapon, and they're not supposed to. So I'm kind of pushing myself around here. Because the weapons are rigid bodies, because they're designed to be placeable, but they're supposed to be locked when they spawn in. And they're not being locked when they spawn in right now. Nice, it's sounding great. Yeah, it's like working, you know, but yeah, it's like everything. Everything is kind of coming together. Like the ships are able to fly, and you know, they're able to spawn in my own ship with an existing NPC working. And you know, NPCs are able to now, you know, soon just go and get to their own ship, spawn their own ship in. Right, so we'll soon have like NPCs be independent. Right, and that'll be cool. And we'll have like, you know, I already have the ship component system working. So, you know, it's really, really close to being a vertical slice that, you know, like a fully working vertical slice. Turn off my missile cam. Boom. But yeah, so that's kind of what I've been working on. I've been really trying to get the male and female characters fixed up. You know, so that you know, players actually, you know, are themselves. Yeah, and there's now a bug on this with the gravity volumes exiting the ship that I need to fix. Those are all bugs of me messing with stuff. Breaking stuff for the sake of actually implementing it right. Yeah, so like the NPC Advanced now works in multiplayer as well, which is fantastic. Like in multiplayer, the NPCs are actually working. Like they have a dynamic aggro table, and they, you know, you can have multiple players now interacting with the NPCs. I have some basic debugging tools for like sound, like where they could be seen and heard. And I'm pretty excited to get this kind of going. But this is the same thing, right? Once I get this equipment system working correctly, I can use it. You know, it's all the same, you know, rigs, so I'll be able to kind of get the NPCs actually IKing more effectively and getting the NPCs spawning in with specific weapon configurations. You know, and as I've just enabled crouch, you know, for the player, and crouch is working. So soon NPCs will be able to crouch as well because they have the same logic as the player. Right, so getting the NPCs like sneaking around and you know, covering, you know, engaging from cover and stuff like that is going to be cool. But yeah, what are we doing? So, oh yeah, we're separating materials for the station. I'm having this weird issue with my objects colliding with my skybox. I think when I moved to Unreal 5, I missed something up, and my skybox was a solid object in some places. It was an easy fix, though. I just had to redo it in Unreal 5 rather than port it over from 4. Oh, okay. I thought you were using Godot Ewok. Or are you using Unreal? And aren't skyboxes in Unreal not real per se, or like they're just a shader, like a spherical projection of an HDRI map? Or do you have a real mesh representing the skybox itself? I'll be right back. I'm gonna start this build. Yeah, they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be not actually there. It was like I added a mesh to it, put some crazy geometry to it. I have no idea what I've done. I messed it up so bad. So we should be able to log in online. And then from online, enter space. Oh, but this is actually not the correct spacing. So, should be universe online. Or logged in, sorry. The login UI, this is supposed to be looking for scene namespace. Yeah, it's like they added a mesh to it for some reason. Yeah, I wonder why. It's weird. Because the mesh would kind of, like, regardless of the resolution of a mesh, if not done on a shader, you know, it might have some weird lighting or, you know, affect the scene differently. Like normally, because you're doing it on shader, you're literally projecting it in a pure spherical fashion instead of on the inside of a flipped, you know, sphere. Oh, again, enter space. And we are running at like no FPS for some reason. We got some of the navigation agents being stuck. So I'm wondering if my pad. Okay, so unlock. So it's what? We're loading in, but we're backwards. So my actual hab is actually loading in. So the hab nodes are not right for some reason. Hmm. Yeah, I wonder why. So in the core module, I really got to redo. I gotta add lighting to this thing. There should be the habitation system. Unless the habitation system is here. Okay. So there have. Oh shit. So they're all rotated. So I must have fixed it. And now I need to on rotate them. Because now they're actually working. Which is good. Alright, so now they're fine. And so head, beef ahead. Okay. The hab system should automatically bring in all of the placeholders in the panel. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know if I don't know if the furniture store works. So let's go online, log in, enter space. Let's actually go and buy something. Let me just see if these work. I don't think they do. No. So Joe's furniture is not working. It's like missing. It's missing its loading bay as well. Yeah. So let's fix up this. And we'll just go check our spawning and despawning. And we'll get these guys fixed in their geometry here in a little bit. So I've turned the placeholders around. I had to flip the models. Where are you? Let me unlock it. There we go. Alright, so I should now be able to decorate this thing. And actually go in and despawn it. Yeah, so that's working. Hey, Mungalo. So these had to be flipped around, the models themselves. So let's do that real quick. So habitation system, the placeholder model. This one. We are going to flip the Y transform for the placeholders. And now let's go and check core. So Joe's furniture. Suppose I have a shop in it. That component item panel doesn't have a component area. It was supposed to have a component area. And that must be something from something from Unity. Add component store U1. Yeah, so it doesn't have a component area. We should have a default component area. So we'll throw the area in here. And we'll say the width size is going to be 4 by 4 by 3. Big enough to spawn in anything. And I don't think we need to give it stores. So take this. And we'll give it that component area. And now it has everything that we need. The spawning component. And I don't trust it. I'm just going to move it up 2 meters. So this is using this furniture store, which has the sofa, bar stool, bar island. Yeah, so everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items. Goes furniture shop. You guys can't see what I'm doing. Alright, let's just try this again real quick. The goal is to be able to add something to a furniture in the game. So online, log into the game, enter actual space. I need to fix this. Mongolo, when you're when nav meshes are curved, their up direction is adjacent to the nav mesh, which makes sense. I mean, if they're it was rotated or whatever. But I thought that was funny. So I'm gonna fix that. All right, let's buy a couch. Excellent. All right, time for a moment of truth. Oh no, they're still backwards. Why? So unlock my head. So let's put the couch right here. And let's actually lock it. Okay. So it's been swapped back out again. So moment of truth, this either works or it don't. If we play it again and we spawn in, our couch should be there. So I've logged in, entering space. Yeah, so the model, I'm going to have to flip the insides or put a node, like another node or something, within the model. Like make a hab placeholder and then put the model inside the placeholder and then flip it. That'd be the easiest way to deal with it. Because there will be an NPC here that you could actually go up to. So I'm going to unlock it. Alright, chat. What do you think the chances are the couch is there? Let me know. Who thinks there's going to be a couch and that the system's going to work? I can't even see my editor, so I don't know. I think it's 50-50 that the couch is, there from the API. Hello, I want to believe. You want to believe that there's a couch? There it is. It was working. It all works. So if we play decoration, so let's unsocket it and put the couch here. And store it. Which is locking it. Which is swapping it out with the placeholder, right? And then we unlock it, which swaps the placeholder back for my own version. There we go. And that's not only just working, right? I'm not saving any of that stuff to the that stuff is actually coming in from the API. So this is actually making those queries from the API itself. Clap, well done. Nice. So, because that's what Pagan wanted to show off the system. Yeah. So have O3 model. So I rotated this, but it's like nah, because it's spawning at 0, 0 anyway. So. And this is from the GLTF. So we can't really call it Hab 03 model. So we really need inhabitation module. Hab 03 placeholder. This was our old placeholder. Fake wall. Yeah, so habitation, let's do... Yeah, let's create hab03. And then in hab03, we will create a new scene, node 3D, and this will be hab03 placeholder. Final. And it's just going to be a node. And take the model. And we'll throw the model in there. And we'll flip the model. So we're Z forward. And now this hab03 placeholder final will be what we use on the core module here. So for the habitation system, instead of this placeholder prefab, yeah, because that's the placeholder. Which I don't think. I think for the placeholders, they're only nodes. Maybe not. Set the placeholder for placeholder spawn. Maybe they actually do need to be set up. Player habitation module. It has all the snap points. Yeah, so this is actually not. This is not the placeholder. This is the final. So where's our live placeholder? When are we actually spawning in? The basic one. No, not the one from our testing. Gotta be this one then. Hab03 basic. This one. Oh, okay. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, this is fine. So it could technically, yeah, and that's its own thing. Hab03 basic. So let's go to that. Yeah, and it's a habitation module. Yeah, Hab03 basic as a GLTF file. Let's go to the placeholder. The final placeholder. And in this case, we're going to go take the GLTF. And we're just going to bring it in. And we're going to add our habitation module script. Which is for NPCs, and it's literally nothing. And then this transform could be flipped. Okay. And then this is not, so this will be our final placeholder. Okay, and there's no... We'll do it that way. And then for the habitation system, for the hab prefab itself, we'll grab that final placeholder. Now, I know this will either work. So online, log in, enter space, run downstairs. Why are they still backwards? Like the player model works. Maybe I don't need to flip them? Final placeholder. Not rotated. Yeah, I guess we don't rotate it. Why are they... Placeholder final works. Habitation system. Placeholder final. Yeah, it's weird. Enter space. Yeah, the waypoints are working for the NPCs. We're running down around the corner. Hey, we have placeholders. So let me just kind of clip out. So all the placeholders are working. We want to make this one ours. So we're gonna go and spawn in our hab. So rab space to live, unlock it. Perfect. And look, there's our couch. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go up and we're gonna buy another couch, small one. Or actually, let's put the bar stool in, or maybe the island. Let's do the island, and then we can call it working. So we can do a push. Because Pagan wanted to see it working. So that'd be cool. Yeah, and we gotta fix all these nodes. I don't know why they're heading towards these locations. There must be predefined terminals set up. And be playing with stuff. What should we take with us? Okay, let's do the bar island. Okay, so we have our bar island. It's kind of like nicely moving leaps and bounds. Oh yeah, but once it, progress doesn't mean anything unless it's players can experience it. Okay, so we should still be spawned in. So we need to make sure, like when we spawn in our hab, that we show like a placard on the inside of where the player hab is. And there's also a timeout on the JWT token. Alright, so we're going to go and store it. Okay. And we'll spawn it back in. Oh, cool. Yeah, I gotta remove this little kind of piece here in the middle. Cool, and the colliders are working to keep me in. Yeah, so we gotta make sure that they're actually spawning in on all clients. So we gotta clean this up. Because I don't want you to keep going downstairs. I need to have like rooms, 1 to 12 or something on signage. And I think what we might do, just so you can kind of tell that you can keep going, is put like a railing system here and keep it open with a rail. So put like a rail kind of coming along. So when you come down this set of stairs, right, you can see that there's rooms available And you can see the signage in the center. And then we'll have some like kind of benches and stuff kind of kicking around. Needs more level design, is I guess the moral of the story. And then we should be able to head all the way down to the hangar. So a lot of this stuff might need to be redone. Cargo area, there's a cargo yard down below. But this should all work. Right, walking speed's a bit slow, but oh, cool. Is coming along. Cool. Well, I'm gonna say that's working in multiplayer now, or working as far as the ability to be tested out for this particular build. But it'll take a while for a player to kind of bring that shit all the way downstairs. I gotta figure out why the gravity volume is not extending all the way back when it should be. Maybe where's our gravity volume? Gravity area. Because it's kind of not. Yeah, here's your 70. Yeah, that looks about right. We'll do 72 just to round it off. And just to be 70. Minus 4, 6. You know what? No, that should be 0. Because they should be the same on each side. I'm gonna do 78. That might be like that might make getting around the station a bit weird. But that's more stable than. Okay, so gravity area. And then there's like gravity areas here on the pads, and I want to get rid of those for the time being and worry about nested gravity areas after. Now I know that means that if you kind of jumped off here, you'd kind of fall. You'd fall down until you got pushed out, but it makes things a lot easier right now for the sake of testing. So the pads shouldn't really have a gravity volume. Why is this label not placed where it should be? Random. Yeah, so this changed character scenes. It actually changed. And there's no back button. Cool. I'm gonna call that working. I'm gonna call that working. The player system, or the player habitation module system is working. Working in its basic form. Not sure how it happens if 2 people spawns in their own. It should pick the next available spot and automatically kind of spawn them in. It'll need more testing, but we need to do more work on a lot of this Z fighting and actually putting in walls and making this thing look presentable. You know, making it the base of operations of things, you know. You know, putting all the security missions, you know, being able to buy ships and components, being able to interact with, you know. Yeah, there should be a loading. One of these should be in the furniture store. Yeah, and this ship store should. Okay, no, the ship store works. So eventually we'll change out all the terminals. We can buy and sell our ships. Oh. I will be excited when you get to that point of making a teaser trailer. I know, same. Yeah. Yeah, so NPCs are working. I don't know what's up with this. Like they're getting stuck trying to go where they need to. So this is where we do our security contracts. So we need to get the yeah, get a group in playing poker. Take a shot of it. Yeah. Man, I've been playing Sabak on Outlaws, and I would love to make my own type of card game. That'd be so cool. Yeah, like we didn't finish the colliders on the medical rooms. Like we never finished the medical rooms. I guess. And we really should, you know, get this finished. What's that? It'll just be Revere butt naked with a sign over his bits saying coming soon TM to join in the SC trend. What? Wait, is that a thing in SC right now? Is there some weird maybe we can show some wheelchair races? Yeah, so anyway, let's see if the gravity system's working. Let's see if we can go in and grab up on the ship right now. Oh yeah, so floor, we're missing a floor, that's fine. And for some reason, the ship's gravity is not registering. Yeah, it's like not registering as being in gravity. It's weird because like we have a station, we have one station gravity volume. Like, it should be registering in gravity. Yeah, I think that's a collision layers thing. Oh yeah, that ship, right. That ship has been there this entire time. That's actually one of the that was before we actually had all the shit working. Yeah. Yeah, because it shouldn't be sleeping. Revere, was that you recreated an ISI issue from the PU earlier, early days, tapping your ship, and you just see the launch in the warp speed when you do. Can you clip out? Where are we now? No, we're still not working. It's still ignoring the gravity. And like it's not registering that we're getting in the ship. Oh yeah, we never actually set up this player. We never set up his why like super front heavy. Yeah, he's not actually registering as being in the correct gravity volume. Like he's in 0G, but he's still considered be registered to a gravity area. Yeah, it's not rotating me down. So we're 1, 2, 1, 2, 22, 22, 20. And then player male final. 22, 21, 22. Yeah, like these little spots here that are glitching. They need to be removed. Yeah, or like moved out a little bit. Because I think I could create like a custom piece for the side. Yeah, because I don't think yeah, we're not going down here. And alternative, I could do that to get myself more room. We could move the stairs over instead of coming down and coming around. But it is nicer to have the two sets here. It's nice to see like down is habitation, up is more shops. It is more clear than like kind of doing like a loop around. So all of this has to be redone. Yeah, like it's not like changing me to be inside the gravity. And it's not. Oh, okay. It is disabling my. Yeah, it's disabling the ship colliders of me now. What is this? Oh, it's the other ship. Oh my god, the projection is so out of whack. Yeah, I gotta fix that. But yeah, we could do. Let's explore something. PHP ClickUp. Is there a ClickUp API? Create our client token. Get our teams. Yeah, because I'm wondering if we should actually spend the time to integrate the ClickUp API into the backend. So that way, when we do the bug report in the game, it'll get added straight to the ClickUp. Right, because we could do a new board just called bug reports. What issues? And it'll have the same. And we'll put it under reports. I'm gonna have to create a user for that API. So instead of to do, I'll make this custom. It'll be reports. Just this list. So reports. Active sprint and completed is fine, as long as it gets added to reports. Right, so we can just kind of do these smaller user submitted stuff that we can kind of submit. So we can just say like, you know, first stop 01, missing colliders on and then we can kind of get these coming in from the bug report tool, and then they can get brought over into the actual active sprint and worked on. And if they turn into something serious, like a true bug report, so they're just issues, because, you know, it might not be an actual bug, maybe something we know about, then we can just move this we can convert it into a task, and we can bring it into the, we can move it into, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, let me send this to myself. Cool. So we just need a client. Yeah, what is this user though? Client user. Now get my team name. Get my name. Get my super cool project. Look at our objects. Get a list by ID. Task by ID. Create a task. So create task list by name. Task list. Create task name. My second task. Oh, so you create the task list and then add task to it. Easy peasy. Cool. Okay, cool. So example request and example responses. So body, favorite programming language, published at, votes. Create a new question. Cool. What was that, Steve? You could actually have to be revealed? I forgot that. Alright, I think that's my success for today. So let's see, we're doing systems. Big player equipment, cargo area. Yeah, so this player habitation. This is almost, a lot of stuff's almost working. People droppable, player could be interactable. So this will be all tomorrow thing, I think. All right, what's the uptime? Perfect. Not what I wanted. Chatterino. Few hours. All right, cool. All right, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream. We'll get more. Like I'll dive. Well, I want to take a break and get the habitation thing working. So Pagan, one of our patrons, can test it out. Just a reminder to people that everything is funded by you guys. So you know, $5 gives you access to the game or the test builds. Right, so you reserve your handle.
be able to access the early dev builds and help, make the game become a reality in both senses, both from testing. And at a $10 tier, you get your own little room at our little starting station. It's funny because before we couldn't really showcase this because we had moved over to Godot and we hadn't recreated it all yet. But soon this will all be a reality again, and it'll be kind of cool getting everybody, kind of spawning in their own little place and kind of having that little community in the Patreon build. That's our goal anyway. But yeah, more to merrier, and hopefully we'll keep growing. And if you guys are interested, jump in the Discord. It is unforgivenspace.com/Discord. And yeah, slowly but surely we're getting there. So I'll end it here on the socials, and we'll go raid someone on Twitch, and we'll play some Star Wars.